Hey there, my darlings. Right. The aim of today is to finish the story. Aha! I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposures? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Welcome back, Elita. Ready for a nap? No! I just came from a nap. A great many of the helping hands that delivered the adamantite are still here in Charlayan, and I for one couldn't be happier. Between the ether burner to be refurbished, supplies to be transported, and meals to be prepared, we need all the assistance we can get. Even Lord Emmanuel has been doing his part, albeit at a snail's pace. Still, it's a thought that counts, but a bit more effort wouldn't go amiss. Cryle has urgent news. Elita, I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fauntulence arrived not too long ago with a message. The Loprites have determined Meteon's location. We've been asked to gather at the rostra. I'll meet you there, along with the others. If you knew the reason why there's for this assembly, you'd best ask Master Levior. While the problem is not in here in entirety to brooding Claritas, Master Barney's presence alone is enough to put me on edge. Heidelin, the heart of the star, is gone, and yet on the morrow the sun will rise and life will go on. When I look upon Charlene as idyllic surrounds, there are moments when her absence feels unreal, as do the final days. Would that it were so. Not feeling any ill effects from the ultioscope, are you? After playing test subject for those new Aetherites, even the mention of ether sickness makes me feel a little queasy. Before coming, I thought to inquire after our comrades abroad. It seems that the effects of the final days have been observed further and further north of Garlemald. For a blessing, those regions are largely uninhabited, but in any event we must misinterpret this as a geographical spread. There's no telling where in the world the phenomena will strike next, unfortunately. Gods, I can hardly believe the Loperites managed to find Meteon out there, hidden among the stars. The sheer distances involved are mind-boggling. What took you so long? We have much to discuss and scant time to do it. I fear our recent travails within Labyrinthius and the Ethereal Sea have taken their toll on my mind. For last night, I received a visitor in my dreams, Mundrida. A vision not of the woman she was, but of the woman she would have become. Since the final days manifested, we've been tested as never before, even more so in your case. Nevertheless, our work is far from over. We cannot afford to falter now, not when the end is in sight. How did you sleep? Well, I suppose I hope. It's likely the last opportunity we will have to take a proper rest for quite some time. I probably could have done with a few more winks myself. The thought of what's to come was keeping me awake, you see, so I thought to do a bit of research, hoping I might eventually feel weary enough to doze off. But before I realised it, it was already morning. No need to scold me, I already regret it, and will probably only feel regret more cleanly as the day wears on. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loperites have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Heidelin herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we meant to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion system, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule. But the myriad other facilities hosted within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to her destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyperhopper into your ether burner, We should be able to fire things up and jump to the other end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporrite's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavour would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the Moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposal invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome the crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would prefer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What if all the people that have laboured so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure they have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacies. Nor did your instrumental role in the orchestrating of the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest, quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporrites too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetherius and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. Another vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Meteion. Why else would she give you a crystal that only we can decipher? But more importantly, we are perfectly content to evacuate Aetherius until you brought us here. Urianger, now that we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions. So I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? You couldn't stop us if we tried. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision, and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, Hyper Hopper. The Loporrites will coordinate with the Ilsebard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray, take your ease. It would seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? There is much to be done before the Ark can be made ready for your voyage. Would that I could be afforded some time to speak with Alphanot and Lady, alas. I can but pray they find a moment of quiet calm before the journey to come. As you can imagine, not all forum members were willing to endorse this plan. Through no fault of yours, of course, given what's at stake, it's only natural that opinions are divided. That said, the final decision was reached with an overwhelming majority, much to my surprise. No need to worry about lending a hand with a hyperhopper. We already have more than enough to help. So go and relax while you still can. The forum. In order to accommodate the 99 members of the forum, the seating in their assembly hall is arranged in the shape of a spiral. Viewed from above, one is reminded of the symbol emblazoned upon the Charlean flag, the nautilus shell that keeps the water of knowledge. The forum hath placed the fate of mankind in our hands. We must not betray their faith. They bid us rest, but I'd rather find something more productive to do. I suppose now is a good time as any to hone my lance. Not that I've ever found it to be dull. Still, it eases my mind on the eve of battle. Perhaps now I can finish that book I was reading. But what? Oh, pay me no mind. I'm sure you have better things to do with the time afforded us. A rare opportunity to rest. I say we make the most of it. I should very much like to speak with the Lockerites once their work is complete. 'Tis plain Heidelin entrusted them with a great deal of knowledge, and I suspect there is more they could teach us. In all honesty, I didn't think the forum would approve this measure, and certainly not by such a large margin. I dare say, though, that Master Fortunate's impassioned recounting of your audience with Heidelin helped sway the vote. He has a way with words, after all. Where do you think Alphanel got it from? I wasn't expecting to have time on our hands. What should we do? Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive how one can best prepare brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of other feasible options at this stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Methion as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts to you in Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We'll be playing for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the dynamics for the better. With that settled, we should go and get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? We were in there for so long I started to worry. What did they have to say? Edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Elita, can I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Bodlesian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Welcome, Elita, to Taru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favourites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then, inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnavian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works, perish the thought. Barsarueda, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tattoo. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here. To be our very first patron, would you mind waiting here a moment longer? If you could just wait here a short while longer, we'll have everything up and running in no time. Someone moved the crate, I could have sworn it was here. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. The Simulacrum too will stay in Charlayan while I oversee matters in Razatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Barshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normality to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose, and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Razat-san, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well. Believe you me, your artisans have taught me much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we will come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavours, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the farm's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called the star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light brimming life must have been blinding in its splendour. You journey into the heavens to protect that light. May the skills of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail, and restore peace and tranquility to the star. I should like to visit Razat-san again when all this is over. And we should be honoured to receive you. There is still much of Razat-san you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of the star have not given up hope, and neither must you. Ah, where must I go to get a meal with some flavour in this wasteland of taste? Elita, old girl, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe, yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt such raiments as long as my confinement continues indefinitely, I, the young Lord Vortemps, insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlane. Thus do I toil, through every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Slickard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, which is now burdened with extra busy work. And without Honorite here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlene delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. If a hearty meal is what you're after, I suggest the last stand. The cafe over on the pier? Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, Then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. Hey, who are you calling old? Well, well, is that Elita and Tattoo I spy? Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, my expertise required, aside from the delivery of goods, is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightway to Draconia once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for the return. You believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tattoo, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help already. Ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage. But on your return, I shall host a grand celebration for your honour at the Boykero Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Alderney Training Company would be honoured to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Elita will have to offer. But let us speak more about this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tattoo's ire. Until next we meet. Ah, Elita, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Tataru! Biggs, Wedge! I take it the arc proceeds apace. Aye, it is indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlene and Razat-san has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Lopperite. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlene. Alpha! I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up at a time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlene. Good thing too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack of brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe that we have the means to send you off to the great expanse, though. To the furthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Skyans are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I've missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Ah, there is that too. As busy as I've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Elita. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend. That we do. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with the refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. I'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsta, from Palaka's Stand. Haven't we met before? Ah, yes. It was you who helped us at Perusa. And again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today and glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping make your new garments as durable as possible. We've put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battles come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone is Ruby's Bazaar. We were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath as you've preserved time and time again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned that you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the seas of stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Don't forget to pick up your clothes from Versta before you leave. They were expertly tailored just for you. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry from every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. You may now obtain job-specific gear from Versta too. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quests associated with said job. So delighted by your patronage, Tataru is ready to send you on your way. I realise you've got lots of things to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they would be returning to the Baldacian Annex, so I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Kryle first. I'm sure they would have told her the plans. Be sure to stop by the boutique if you need yourself more equipment. As I live in day, it's a great Elita to unbind your questions about your exploits. My associate would like a word with you first. Not yet, did I? Yeah, I said so. The Alamegan delegate has aroused that sound, as Grim used to convey. If you are ready to lend us your aid, I'll praise you of the situation. We received reports of a creature believed to have blasphemed stalking the streets of Alamigo. Troops have been assigned to track and slay the beast, but there are likely to be casualties. With most of our healers posted elsewhere, we had thought to petition you for aid. I'd be glad to help. Once again, we're in your debt. We shall inform Commander Alden with forthwith. My comrades in the Immortal Flames will be glad to have you watching over them. You see, as there have been no sightings of any blasphemies in our lands, we have joined Alamegan allies in their hunt for the fiend. Trouble is, the majority of our own healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperials captured at Pagathan. For that reason, we too will be glad of your help. Aye, your presence alone will be of great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. As time is of the essence, I ask that you make your way to the Alamegan quarter and report for duty. Commander Alden is overseeing the hunt, and he will explain all upon your arrival. May Ralgar grant you strength. When you get to Alamigo, head to the square outside the palace. One of the soldiers stationed there will explain the rest. The Sultana wasted no time in extending the support of the flames to Alamigo when the blasphemy first reared its head, and it's a good thing she did. Ah, Mrs. Draconia. We were told you were on your way, but it's even quicker than expected. I'll tell Commander Adden you've arrived. One moment, please. Glad you could join us. I appreciate that we've far greater crises to worry about, but we cannot afford to ignore the situation here either. Aye, I'd like nothing more to hear about your recent adventures, but I'm afraid such pleasantries will have to wait. As our man in Thavnir will have told you, a blasphemy is loose in Alamigo. When it first appeared, the city guards were able to get most of the bystanders to safety, and for mercy those caught in the chaos only suffered minor injuries. But the fiend managed to escape and has not been seen since. We must find it soon, for it remains at large. Every man, woman and child is at risk. It was, as was the case in Thavnir, the blasphemy's very existence seems to spur the creation of lesser beasts. The longer it's allowed to roam free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Are you certain it's a blasphemy? Aye, there were several eyewitnesses who gave the same account. A man walking through the Alamegan quarter fell to his knees all of a sudden, and a moment later transformed into the monstrosity we now pursue. But beyond the fact he was a young Highlander, we knew nothing about him. Even the descriptions of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad, and we've no clues as to his name or background. For all we know, he might not have been born in Alamigo, might have been the son of refugees come to visit. There are other possibilities we're investigating, though. That said, I doubt his circumstances are unique. Blasphemies and beasts are born when men are overcome with despair, and whatever drove him to turn likely could have done the same to another. Therefore, if we are to prevent future tragedies, it's imperative that we identify and address the underlying cause. Until we do, we'll have no choice but to deal with the afflicted only way we know how, by granting them a quick death. For now, I would have you join the hunt and keep my men from falling prey to these creatures. Are you up to it? You have my thanks. And as chance would have it, we've just received word that a number of beasts were spotted in the outskirts of Alagana. The troops stationed there have already put them down, but were wounded in the process. First and foremost, they need medical attention. That's where you come in. I'll meet you there. It's my own damn fault for being so careless. What must Commander Alden think of me? Knowing what they are, who they were, could any of us end up like that? Although the soldiers were able to lead the beasts away from the village and call the loss of them, victory did not come easy. It's times like these our lack of healers is sorely felt. I dare say they've yet to receive any treatment at all. See to their wounds while I severely alienate for any strikers that may have escaped. Once I've completed my patrol, I'll head to the village to gather eyewitnesses' reports. Look for me thereafter. I saw them change right before my eyes. Those weren't monsters I killed, but innocent men. But it had to be done. There were others we had to protect. And thanks to you, I can continue to do just that. Once I've made my way back, I'll give a full account. The families, they'll understand. Gods be good, I feel reborn. Hold on, you're Elita, aren't you? I can't believe it, you're the one who inspired me to join the Resistance in the first place. And now you've come to save me in my hour of need. I'll never forget this. Thank you, thank you. Damn it, I got hiccups. It was good of you to come all this way, though I never doubted for a moment that you wouldn't. After all you've done for the people of Draconia, we couldn't ask for more, and yet here you are. For treating the wounds of the soldiers, you have my thanks, and theirs too, no doubt. It seems they were indeed successful in slaying all the beasts. If my search is any indication, but we must remain vigilant. I've also spoken with several people who witnessed the moment of the transformation, though the ordeal has understandably left them rather shaken. I hear you've been through a few ordeals yourself, Elita. As for me, I've kept busy with this and that, like getting the hang of this wheelchair. Obviously it has its limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organisation as well, which has brought me here. But no sooner had I arrived than those locals turned. Ragnfrid, I heard you were there when it happened. What can you tell us? The ones who underwent the change are the very people we're trying to help. Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting Lise held in the royal palace marked a turning point for all of Draconia. It spurred us to open a dialogue with the peoples and communities we otherwise would have shunned. But there's still so many problems to be addressed, and countless souls struggling to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffins. Our main concern is the welfare of Alamegans who sided with the Empire for whatever reason, and helping them find their place in society, in particular the surviving families of Cranialupi. But I thought you despised the skulls. Make no mistake, I've not forgiven them. I don't have that in me, and I doubt I ever will. But the memory of that day in the palace, of Frodola asking to be locked up again after saving us all, it stayed with me. Got me to thinking about why she and the other youths would commit such atrocities, why they'd swear to serve the Empire, and the answer was simple, because they'd seen what we'd seen and suffered much the same. In a hell where all were condemned, they chose to betray one brother to save another. That's how Garleans win, not by breaking you, or by making you break yourself. By making the choice that the right one for a man at the end of his tether. Healing only begins with liberation, and some scars will never will regardless. Those who've returned from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a living here, but the ones who've pledged alliance to guard them won't. This is not the Alamigo we dreamed of, but after 25 years of misery, I'll not see it thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffins, to see that no one is cast aside. It's a cause I support, and it's what brought me here today. I've been acting as a mediator. Aye, and in the short time he's been with us, he's proven himself a natural. But despite our early successes, the family of the Skulls continue to refuse our help. I think I see where this is heading. They're the ones who turned, yes? It comes as no surprise their kin tormented and murdered fellow Alamigans. Anyone with a conscience would feel shame and guilt, and for some it might be too much to bear. I think I might know why they're turning away. It's a sensitive matter, though. Let's go somewhere where we won't be overheard. It's about one of the men who turned. I saw his memories. With the echo, I'll not pretend to understand it, but tell us what you learned. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough. It was during the occupation, a man raising his son, only the two of them, but they were family. To keep his boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. He knew what the others would say, but he did it anyway. And so he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering, the insults, but there was nothing he could do. When he came of age, he joined the Skulls in the hope it would make life easier for his father. He never dared to question the orders, no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His father wept not for the betrayer and murder, but for the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself right up until the change took him. I can only pray that he and his boy finally found the peace they were denied in life. Alas, theirs is an all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could. The sins of their kin weigh heavily on them. They think themselves undeserving of our compassion. If they carry on like that, they're going to turn into beasts. We've got to help them before it's too late. Growing up half Garly and an Alamigo, I know how it feels to be shunned and hated, to hate myself. But so long as we give ourselves another chance, we can change for the better, and while I might not be as clever or elegant as someone like Alphanod, I know I can make a difference. Aye, I might not be quite the swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart, and I owe it to Abba and Uli to make the most of this life so long as I've got it. We Silver Griffins will give our all so that no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Gurabania again. So, Commander Alden, do we have your approval to continue our work? Of course. There's no enemy more formidable than despair, and I'd be a fool to refuse your help. That even a single one of our people has succumbed to this transformation is proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffins my unconditional support. Together, we will prevail. Now that we have Elita on hand to aid the troops, I believe we're ready to face any beasts we encounter. Though I fear it's only a matter of time before others appear, I ask that you lend the Silver Griffins your assistance in the meantime. Very good. For now, let's return to the city. After all you've done for the caravan, yeah, I read that already. You can get the feeling. With you on our side, those beasts are no match for us. Those who harbour guilt do so not because they are weak of heart, but because they failed to meet the demands they make of themselves. 'Twas the same for me when I believed my failures had led to the Sultana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. I was fortunate that you and the other scions came to my rescue, that I have friends who convinced me I was more than the sum of my worst mistakes. Now we must do the same for the people of Alamigo. We must help them to heal and find strength to, if not forgive, then come to terms with who we were, so that we can look on who we can be, who we should aspire to be. This is precisely why the work of the Silver Griffins is so vital. Though our problems are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer, and we will be better for it ultimately. Once we've decided on the course of action, you'll be the first to know. Until then, may Valgar watch over and keep you. The struggle to prevent the emergence of beast grows increasingly desperate. We were hoping you'd stop by. I'll show you to Commander Alden at once. You're a welcome sight as always, Elita. Aye, and a lot's happened since we last spoke. We Silver Griffins have been keeping busy. As have I and my men, but I'm afraid we've little to show for our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for the blasphemy, we've seen neither hide nor hair of it. Unfortunately, everyone else has had better luck. We've received reports of lesser beasts throughout Gurabanya. Putting them down is as important as hunting blasphemy that got away. To complicate matters, rumours have been circulating that all these beasts were the Skullskin. While this was true of the recent incident with Alagana, we cannot have people jumping to conclusions, given what they may feel tempted to do. It has been suggested that we take these individuals into custody for their own protection, as much as the safety of others, but that would only isolate them even further and give credence to the rumours. The recent unrest has hindered the efforts of the Silver Griffins to no end. Therefore, I ask that you aid them in their endeavours, and see if there is aught that can be done. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. I thought I felt my ears burning. I said I don't need a keeper, but did they bloody listen? Did they bollocks? Come on, don't be like that, this is what you agreed to. Besides, you never know when you might have need of a healer, and there's none better than Elita. He's right. You've earned a measure of trust, and this shouldn't be taken to mean otherwise. Thick as thieves, are we now? Then there's no need for this sodden collar. Aye? We all know it's not coming up anytime soon, but this has to be then fine, so long as she keeps out of my way. I want the two of you to visit the Silver Griffin's headquarters in Alagana. Several relatives of the Crania Lupi have agreed to meet up with them, and we could do with a measure of precaution. If anyone so much as mentions the skulls, I'll deal with it, understood? Let's get this over with. She's as much at risk of turning as anyone, maybe even more so. You don't need the echo to see the weight she's carrying. She's still not got a handle on her own echo either. Sometimes the visions come without warning, and with such force that all she can do to stay standing. There's no telling what might happen when she comes face to face with the family of her former comrades, so look out for her, please. I wish there was more I could do for her myself. But we've all got our own duties, and I'll see them through to the end. So must we all. Follow Fordola's lead. We're counting on you both, but be ready to step in, even if she curses you for it. Fordola's not the sort to ask for help, so make sure she doesn't get in over her head, will you? I'll admit, this is not quite what I had in mind. I had a feeling Brabham would send you, Elita, but as for her... If you've any complaints, take it up with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since that day at the Royal Palace, I've been thinking... Stop, you don't want to say it. And I don't want to hear it. To the matter at hand, then. We Silver Griffins have been working to support the relatives of the Cranulupia, but one family has gone missing, a mother and her parents, who lived together under the same roof. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen, and when they went inside to check, they found the house had been torn to shreds, thick gouges in the floor and the walls, made by a beast's claw by the looks of them. You think they've turned? Aye, that's the most likely explanation. Please, do what you must before anyone else is hurt. There's no time to waste. I'll head west, you east. Arendelle tells me she's been trying to make amends for in her own way. I appreciate that she's not asking for what I can't give. I keep thinking to myself, where do we go from here? And I honestly don't know. there, you spy on my work containing a crumpled, tear-stained letter. Dear Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Time is short, so I must keep this brief. Although I have never done anything to make you proud, I promise you things will be different when the war is over. Until then, take care and know that I love you with all my heart. Placing the letter back into its envelope, you turn your attention to finding the others. Those contents neither verify nor disprove your suspicions. This letter was almost certainly penned by a now deceased member of the Draconia Lupi. Come forth, my chocobo. Have some munchies. Nom. You discover what appears to be a wedding ring, with a name and date engraved on the inside. With seemingly no more clues to be found, you decide to report to Ragathins. The outer edge is covered in myriad scuffs and scratches, while the inner is marked with only a name and a date carefully engraved. What's done is done. Were you able to find anything? Then it is as we feared. I found and killed a third. It was carrying this. A matching ring. I'll deliver these effects to the next of kin and arrange her funeral, or as close as possible under the circumstances. There's no changing the past. We'll always carry it, and the scars. But no matter who we were or what we did, we're Alamegans, then and now. The Empire was our enemy first, and now it's to spare. Good words and deeds will serve the best in this fight. Weapons even an old man like me can yet wield. Thanks to the two of you, the missing villagers will finally be laid to rest. I and the other Silver Griffins will redouble our efforts to prevent any further tragedies. I finished checking the wares, sir. Everything's in order. Good work. Take a rest, lad. You have more than earned it. Keep this to yourselves, but Everett's younger brother was a member of the Draconia Lupi. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. Like many of the others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first, but after we'd gained his trust, we were able to have him find work. He's taking to it well. It's her, the butcher. Traitors, all of us, Kinslayers deserving of hate and death. Hate and death. Get back, get back. Stay away from her. Fordola saved your girl's life. I know, but she's... It happened in an instant. That poor lad. But it had to be done, and without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Could you go after Fordola and see to her wounds? I'll do what I can here. We're not living a song or a fairy tale. These problems we struggle with won't be solved overnight. Nevertheless, we've got to do what we can to move forward with people united. Or we'll have to keep dealing with tragedies like this. She risked her life to save my daughter. Whatever else she may have done, I owe her for that. I want to say thank you to the brave lady for rescuing me. Do you think I'll see her again? There you are. I'm fine. Leave me be. I said I don't need your help. It's not only your injuries I'm worried about. Bloody hells, if you're here to patch me up, get on with it. Quietly. Curl can't change its spots, and there's no blood washing the blood off my hands, nor would I, even if I could. Taking up Guardian Steel was the first choice, but not the last. Like the first kill, the hardest. Every choice after that came easier and easier, until I stopped counting, stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right, it's for the greater good. You give the order, feel the ground tremble as the cannon fires. And when the dust settles and your own men are buried beneath the rubble, and you tell yourself, Huh. Me too. I won't let it take you. That man in the village. I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. I'll be alright. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Everything the Skulls fought for, the sacrifices we made, the things we did, in the end it was all for nothing. Sometimes I look back on the road I walked and the bitterness I can still taste, and I wonder, if I'd grown up in another time, another place, would I have done the same to a different people? Was it always in me to be me? All I know is everyone would have been better off if I'd never been born. But I was, and I dragged others into a hell of my own making. I remember these two brothers in particular, childhood friends of mine. The older one enlisted with me, but the younger... He would never have made it as a soldier. He was too kind, too good. Antfrid died at Specula Imperatoris, but his brother's still out there somewhere. Not that I have the courage to face him after what I did. I hope he's found the life he deserves. I met a former Skull named Rodolph. Rodolph? He's alive? But how? I'm glad he made it out, but too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I helped make this blasphemy, and by Ralgar, I'll kill the bastard if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, that's enough out of me. I'll be heading back to the city to make my report. I suggest you do likewise. heard about what happened. If nothing else, you've seen with your own eyes what we're up against. Welcome back. Joel's already given her account, and I'd like to hear yours too. So, she almost turned into a beast herself. We'll have to take that into consideration before sending her into the field again. As far as the events in Alagana are concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearance of several beasts, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, this serves to confirm that those with connections to the Crania Lupi should be considered at risk of turning. Over the years, many of them have drifted away from the larger settlements and taken to living in secret. Others made their way to Ul'dah as refugees, including some individuals of interest. As such, we'll be working closely with the Immortal Flames to locate and offer support to those refugees in particular. In fact, I plan to make the journey there for an audience with Sultana. Once my preparations are complete, perhaps you might accompany me. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. The quest to protect the vulnerable Alamegans leads to Ul'dah. Here to see Commander Alden, I take it. This way, please. Our request for an audience with the Sultana has been accepted. Before we depart, I'll share what we've learned since we last spoke. The blasphemy continues to elude us, all the while driving others to succumb to despair in turn. Even with Alamegan and Ul'dah forces searching for signs of the beast, and more potential victims, we've yet to discern a pattern in the chaos. Nevertheless, if our blasphemy is like the others, its behaviour is likely dictated by the passions and regrets of the man it once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and the life he may have led may help us track it down before it strikes again. We don't want people to shun the families of the skulls any more than they already are, but the fact remains that the vast majority of the beasts have already been born from them. They're the ones at greatest risk of turning, without question. Fordola concerns me too. She came close to transforming once before, so I think it might be best if we keep her out of this all. She deserves a chance to make amends. I'm inclined to agree with Elita. She was able to resist the transformation, and has shown no signs of succumbing since then. If she wants to do her part, I say we let her. If only I could go in her stead. Actually, I was hoping that you'd come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she would benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles our people face. You'd gain from the experience too. While she's not the sort to brandish a sword and charge into battle, you'll soon discover she's a champion of her own arena, as brave as any warrior. I doubt she'd have much to learn from the likes of me, but it would be an honour to make her acquaintance. Arenvald and I will go on ahead and wait for you in the Houston Strip. We'll see you anon. Ever I'd go to get my outfit dyed. It's the first time I've been back here since I discharged myself from the infirmary without telling anybody. Mind, I must remember to stop by and offer my thanks and an apology. I only let her out of my sight for a moment. Master Papasham was telling us that Nanima, or should I say Lady Lilira, has gone another one of her jaunts about the city. Though it's not my place to question her Grace's judgment, I do wish she had consulted me before running off on her own. And perhaps I'm overthinking it, but it's unlike her to keep her guests waiting. If I may say so, sir, with blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's a dangerous time to be going for a stroll. I suspect that may be the very reason. She wishes to see for herself how the citizenry fare in these trying times. Even so, it's downright reckless. We'll find her, though. No, I couldn't possibly allow such a esteemed guest to... Come now, we might be here on official business, but we're old friends, and as you may remember, I have a knack for tracking down errant sultanas. Some might say that knack is rather charitable. Ahem. I should be glad of the assistance. I'll take a look around here. Quizzing the locals will give me an opportunity to learn of recent goings-on in Ul'dah too. Well then, there's no time like the present. Fear not. With me on the case, this'll be over before you know it. Just between you and me, Raban has never had much luck at finding Lady Lilira. Rather the opposite. Which isn't to say that he's misrepresenting his capabilities. Perhaps his recollection of events simply differs somewhat from reality. Oh, I like that. If she's supposed to be meeting us here, maybe we should wait for her to come to us. It's been some time since I last combed these streets for young Lola. As a matter of fact, Papasha and I would compete to see which of us could find her first. As I recall, most of the contests ended in my favour. The trick, you see, is to look past the disguise and pay attention to the gestures and mannerisms. The tiniest movement might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. She's fond of perusing the stalls here. If she's not here, where could she be? What if she's been abducted? In one of these pots? Perhaps not. I've never known her to be this elusive. That's odd. I've tried all her usual haunts, so unless she's hiding inside a barrel or something equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. Gods, why did you choose now of all times to run off? What if she's been abducted or run afoul of a beast? Perhaps we could try asking around? Aye, I was about to suggest the same thing. We'll find you a lot quicker if we start by narrowing down who we're going to ask. Come to think of it, something Papasan said caught my ear. He thought Nanima went on this excursion because of the emergence of the blasphemies and the beasts, to better understand how our people are coping with the situation. If so, she'd be driven to seek out the most desperate and destitute. Pearl Lane, then. Might I ask you to lead the way? I'll admit my ability to track missing persons may have dulled somewhat. Pearl Lane has ever been plagued by pickpockets and the like. I'll watch your back, so go ahead and give the search for Lily your full attention. Some say money can't buy you happiness, but they've never tried living without it. Those who call Pearl Lane home never had the luxury of choice. The city's poorest live there, and as such are at greater risk of turning. Knowing this, I expect Lyrilla came to learn from their plight. While it may not be immediately obvious, conditions here have improved considerably of late. Her Grace continues to support the rebuilding efforts of Gurabanya, which has led to the creation of jobs for many of the locals both here and on the other side of Baelsar's wall. In every society there are haves and the have-nots, and seldom is this divide more sorely felt than here in the Ul'dah. Many of the young and able-bodied work for Lorelito's guards, though he earns more in an afternoon than most will in a lifetime. There she is. Nana, Lady Liliva. Raban? Whatever are you doing here? And Elita too? Well, I am glad to see you both. Our meeting is not yet due to commence for several bells. What is the meaning of this? We were worried, and with good reason. These are far too dangerous times to be roaming about alone, Your Grace. Some things never change. But I assure you, I am quite capable of looking after myself in my own city of all places. More importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how the people have been faring of late, as I might better have prepared to participate in our discussion later. But I have finished. You will be comforted to hear. Then pray allow us to escort you to more amenable surroundings. Would you care to ride on my shoulder? Certainly not. You have already attracted more than enough attention. I have a feeling the search would have taken rather longer if Rabahan had been left to his own devices. I had every faith in you and the commander would find her. Thank you all for making the journey here during these difficult times. And it is my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Eorzea, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your continued dedication to our cause. With respect, Your Grace, I am just a soldier. Was a soldier. Still, I say Commander Alden will not make such a distinction. And neither will I. You yet serve your people, and have provided solace to many of Alamigo's most vulnerable. If we are to deal with this threat, we must forearm ourselves with knowledge. I understand you come bearing information regarding the blasphemy and its victims. We have indeed. Hence the need to locate families of Cranalupi members who have fled to Thanalan. There is no end to the struggles faced by Alamigan refugees, but those who pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But rest assured that irrespective of their pasts, all will be treated with an even hand. All will be afforded such aid as I am able to provide. Magnanimous as always, Your Grace. If I might be so bold, I have a question. What do you have in mind for those most at risk of undergoing the change? I believe there is but one recourse. Earnest and open dialogue. While some are born into unimaginable wealth, others suffer great hardship and oppression. The circumstances of our birth are beyond our control, our fate subject to the whims of the gods, some would argue. I once thought myself a prisoner to my fate, a figurehead, helpless to watch on as my people starved, a powerless puppet. I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside, to free us all, but failed for my naivety. And then I was afforded a second chance for my privilege. The world is unfair, terribly so, but we have the power to push back against inequalities and injustices, if not overcome them on blessed occasions, to love our neighbour and to share in life's bounties, to open our hearts and come together as one. Truer words were never spoken. But without the support of the people, such words are naught but vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads with the monetarists have met with some success. Despite differing views on many subjects, we yet strive to find common ground. Common ground. We've been pouring all our efforts into aiding families of the Cranialupi, and while it seemed to help to a degree, some have succumbed and turned. Of course, they're not the only ones in danger. Alamegans everywhere, whether they're sided with the Empire, fought for the resistance, or were caught in the middle, they all suffered. They all wake up in the night, at times haunted by memories of death and despair. We all know what can happen if those feelings are left to fester. The legacy of the imperial occasion will not soon be forgotten, but rather than seek to forget, may have it necessary to remember, to acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those they have lost. Aye, a remembrance. I propose we hold a memorial ceremony for those who died during the war. Everyone, no matter who they were or what they did, let them be loved, let them be hated, but above all, let them be remembered. And in the remembering of the dead, in their honour and their sin, we, the living of Alamigo, may yet find a sliver of common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust one another and risk inflaming tensions could be a recipe for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the myriad in the room and do nothing to address the situation. As long as we weave it into the individuals to decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Organising an event of this scale will require a great deal of effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me and we'll put the plan into action. Obviously some will balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable, so I'll be listening to their opinions as well. After all, we want it to be a ceremony that brings Alamegans together. And I was wondering, Your Grace, if I might ask about your approach to, well, talking to people, winning them over. As you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'd be grateful for any advice you can share with me. Why, I would be delighted to. As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you. And on that note, I suggest you and I return to Alamigo. The relationship between Ulda and Alamiga is one which I cherish deeply. It's imperative that we coordinate our efforts in facing this crisis. Wonder what Abba and Aliyah would say if I had a chat with Sultana. I can hardly believe it. To see the Sultana grow to become such a capable and compassionate leader, it brings a tear to my eye. Nothing of note has occurred in your absence, which I expect is welcome news in itself. I knew Arvinav would make a good impression, but he's outdone himself. Not only has he found a new avenue in life to explore, he's taken to it with considerable aplomb. And while his proposed memorial ceremony is bound to have its detractors, I have faith that many would come around. Not all, but enough, I pray. For our part, we must stand ready for whatever may occur. I shall send word if there are any developments. Arvinav wishes to put your considerable reputation to good use. There you are, Elita. Alden has asked me to convey to you the following information. At present we are looking for reports of missing relatives of Granny Lupi. With the cooperation of the Silver Griffins, we're currently searching for any clues as to their whereabouts. Thanks to the concerted efforts of Ragafind and the others, the general public has been willing to cooperate with our investigation, though many still harbour feelings of distrust for the collaborators and their kin. They've grown more receptive to our cause on the whole. Arvinel's been making steady progress in preparing for the memorial ceremony. He plans to host a meeting between various community leaders to go over the finer details. In fact, he was wondering whether you could assist in delivering the invitations. If you can spare the time, you should be able to find him in the Mercantile District. Anyway, that's all for now. I've made a few other matters to attend to, so if you'll excuse me, duty calls. Thanks for coming. There should come as no surprise that planning a memorial ceremony for a whole bloody nation would keep a man busy. But by Valgar, this is something else. The hardest part's been gathering information on those who died in the war, especially when it comes to the skulls and other conscripts, and they're the ones we need to treat most carefully. If we don't acknowledge the crimes of our kin and all their painful truth, then we do a disservice to their victims, living and dead. But if we let people paint them as monsters who did monstrous things we believe we would never do, then we perpetuate a different, but no less dangerous lie. As for preparing for the event itself, I'll be hosting a meeting with members from each of the settlements around Gurubania. I've sent invitations to most of them already, but I was hoping you could help me with the last two. There's Mizark Nun in the Piran Stones and Sarashi in Vilnira. I'll give you one for each. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they refused, considering how their people suffered at the end of the skulls. But I hope we can remind them that deep down we're all just people trying to survive, to protect our loved ones. We may have given the Empire from the lands, but as long as we hold fast to the grudges born from the attempts to divide and set us against one another, we'll never be free from the legacy of cruelty. With that in mind, I've included an amount of my experiences with the Silver Griffins, and the people I've met. Victims, collaborators, their friends and their family, men and women who've lived through it all, survivors. Even if they refuse to join the ceremony, at least they will know, and hopefully understand our reasons for holding the event. Granted, I've not had much practice in writing important letters, but I think they'll get the message. You being the one to deliver them will make a world of difference, I'm sure. Take care, won't you? If Mizan and Sashira end up refusing the invitation, it'll be no fault of yours. At the very least, you'll have a chance to hear their thoughts on the matter. Greetings, friend. It has been too long since we last spoke. What brings you to my village? The weight of the words within is almost tangible, in addition to the weight of the paper itself. So, the rumours are true. I need not read this letter in full to know its contents. I understand that Ranifed's volunteers are working to support the families of those lost in the war, which few will deny is a worthy cause, but to include the relatives of the Crani Lupi. The Skulls watched the Empire slay us in their thousands, and still they turned their cloaks and fought for our oppressors. And you would ask us to mourn the death of these curs alongside their victims? You have every right to be angry and refuse. Arvinald wishes only that you read his account before coming to a decision. To dismiss it out of hand would be discourteous. Very well. Family. As known, my tribe is my family, and I know all too well the responsibility that brings. I would do anything to protect them. Anything. Loyalty, pride, conscience, my very soul, all are meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. I suspected some skulls have been faced with the self-same choice, but to see how their kin suffered, I cannot say. I do not understand, though I wish I did not. Their crimes will never be forgiven. They cannot be, but I and any others who are willing can offer our prayers for these tortured souls and the men they could have been. I accept the invitation, not on behalf of the M tribe, but as Mraz Nun, though I have put the question to my people that they may decide for themselves. I am also eager to make an acquaintance with the person who wrote this letter. He is not wont to turn a blind eye to the bitter truth, painfully so it is to confront. The meeting will be the perfect opportunity to take this measure. I will convey your friend's intent to the rest of the tribe before attending the memorial ceremony. Those who cannot support it will not interfere. You have my word. Welcome. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Then it is as I suspected. There have been rumors that such a ceremony would take place. Although you have travelled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn the loss of the following if the Crania Lupi are to be counted among them. Like the Quelana, though they chose to aid the Guardian oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who would pillage our lands, cowards and traitors all. And are we to assume that Quelana who died fighting for the Empire will be honoured as well? If so, then that is all the more reason for us to refuse. Arvenald understands and accepts that you might refuse. His only request was that you read his account and then decide. If you insist. No one was spared suffering in the occupation, not the resistance, nor the collaborators, not the families of both, no one. That so many would die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls, only to lose everything, is a tragedy and a lesson. If they are forgotten, then the lesson of their folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, I will join you in remembrance, and implore my people to do the same. In mourning, we may strengthen our ties with our neighbours as well. By together facing our past, we can build a foundation for lasting peace and prosperity. It would be my honour to attend the proposed meeting, and look forward to personally thanking your friend Arvenald for his dedication, and my peers will have much to learn from the example he has set. Would I be correct in guessing your friend does not often scribe such letters? I could not help but notice he had forgone the usual platitudes and fanciful phrasing. His directness was most refreshing. So, how did you fare in the fringes? They said that about me? It's rare for me to get such glowing praise, especially from the renowned leaders like Sarisha and Raznun. More importantly though, they agreed to attend the meeting, and I've got you to thank for that. After all, I imagine it's hard to turn down an invitation when it's hand-delivered by the Warrior of Light herself. Before I get ahead of myself, though, I must remember that this is only the beginning. Bringing everyone together is one thing. Coming to an agreement on an extremely divisive issue is a different kettle of fish entirely, as Her Grace was quick to point out. But as she's taught me, if our cause is just and our hearts true, those of like mind will surely answer the call. And answer it they have. While there are bound to be differences of opinion, I'm sure there's nothing we can't overcome if we put our minds to it. To that end, I was hoping you could join us, if you've the time to spare. There are still a few loose ends Regifrind and I need to tie up beforehand, so we'll meet you in the palace as soon as we can. Just having you there will make a world of difference. Once we've got everything in order, Regifrind and I will meet you in the palace. Here for the meeting, yes? So while we agree on the importance of the ceremony, We recognize that the inclusion of the Craniolupi will be distressing for many. I too lost family at their hands, and I would never ask others to forgive and forget. But for all their crimes, they were Alamegans just like us. None made a decision to side with the Guardian lightly. They had a choice, and they chose to betray us. Who among us would not have made difficult choices for kith and kin? And do not forget that Fordola chose to stand between us and the Primal. So, what does that have to do with it? Brothers and sisters, arguing will avail us not. The fate of Alamigo rests on my shoulders and yours, on those of every man, woman, and child that calls these lands home. To uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones, we all know the weight of these responsibilities. 'Twas that self-same weight which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was. And though they chose a different, unconscionable path, in the end, we all wanted the same thing, to deliver our families from persecution, that they might live to see one more day, because another day in shame and self-hatred was still better than none at all. The regretful dead are survived by their despair, a despair which threatens to drag us all into an abyss from which there is no escape. Note that it surely will if we welcome it into our hearts out of disdain for those we cannot forgive. But we are Alamegans. We will not so easily be defeated. We will stand united and conquer this menace. Every Alamegan who fought and died did so in the hopes that one day we would be free. And we are free. We are free. By the blood of our fallen brothers and sisters, we are free. Free to lock away the pain and pretend it has no power over us until it festers and takes us in our beds, and free to lay it bare and let it breathe, to acknowledge and to mourn our people at their best and their worst. The past is ours to bear, all of it, for ourselves and for future generations, so that they needn't suffer like we did. Let us make Alamigo a nation where no man is left behind, where he can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded the chance to make a right one. We see a lot of important people coming and going around here. Even though I should be used to it by now, I can't help but feeling nervous. Where's my body gone? There it is. That went better than any of us could hope for. You have my gratitude. For your part in the proceedings, but we both know who the real hero of the day was. This was all Arvinald's idea. It was his words that finally won over the naysayers. Now we have the community leaders on our side, we should have a much easier time convincing the rest of the citizenry. Of course, holding the ceremony is by no means our final objective. No matter what we say, some will refuse to attend. It is my hope, however, that it will serve to provide a measure of closure for us all, and to ease the plight of the vulnerable and ostracized. Speaking of which, you will recall the incident with Fertola in Alagana? The young girl she saved and her mother wished to thank her personally. Considering what happened last time, though, I have reservations. It would be a valuable opportunity to present a former skull in more positive light. On the other hand, I don't need to tell you how unpredictable she can be. And that's before taking her echo into consideration. But that's a conversation for another day. Go and get some rest, you've earned it. The blasphemy hunter may seem calm and collected from a distance, but you suspect something is amiss. Something terrible has happened. It's Ferdola. She's escaped. She was accompanying a squadron out on a training exercise. One moment she was there, the next she was gone. I didn't think much of her at the time, but she'd been acting strangely ever since she went to meet that mother and child. You know, the ones who wanted to thank her for saving the girl's life. When I told Commander Alden about it, he went charging off to Alagana to ask him if he had any idea where Ferdola might be. I thought about going after him, but when I heard you were headed this way, I reckoned it'd be better to send you in my stead. Godspeed, Elita. Ferdola's an enigma at the best of times. I'm sure she's got her reasons, but I haven't the slightest clue what they might be. Gods be good. What was she thinking? I know you. You're friends with the brave lady, aren't you? Have we done something wrong? Elita, I wasn't expecting to see you here. You heard what's happened then? Just as Ferdola is beginning to earn her trust, she's given us a slip. As you may know, she wears a choker that's designed to do exactly that if its enchantment's triggered. It's supposed to prevent her from escaping. If I were to give the order, she would be dead within moments, and she knows that. She took the risk anyway. So I have to believe she has a good reason. That's what we're looking into now. We were hoping Clarel and young Lyle here could shed some light on the matter. We'd like to ask you about your conversation with Fordola, if we may. Yes, of course. I know she's the butcher, or was, at least, but it didn't seem right to go without thanking her. That's why I requested the meeting to express my gratitude and my apologies. She was quiet at first, just stood there as we spoke, as if she weren't even listening. And then I mentioned the blasphemy, and she looked at Lyle and all of a sudden clutched her own head and cried out in agony. The echo. Can you remember what you were thinking about at the time? A man. The one I saw in the city. What? Who? Did he have something to do with all those people panicking? I think he did. When I was waiting for you, I saw him. He was by himself. He looked poorly, so I asked him if he was alright, and he said yes. He had a nice smile. He got up and started walking, but then... He was shouting and screaming. I was so frightened, I didn't want to talk about it, not even to Mum. I wish you'd said something sooner. I'm sorry, Poppet, this is my fault for leaving you on your own. The man who turned into a blasphemer, I wager. The girl saw him, which means Fordola's now seen him too. There was one other thing. When Fordola was having her, funny turn, she said something. Charlie? No. Charlotte. I think? Yes, that was it. Ring any bells? Can't say it does. But if he has anything to do with the skulls, the silver griffins should have some information on him. We best have a word with Ragnarfin then. You've both been very helpful. I'd also like to thank you for being so kind to Fordola. She may not have said it, but I'm sure it meant a lot to her. I have a couple more things I'd like to ask, so I'll catch up with you later. Fordola may well be everything people say she is, or worse, but she did us a good turn that day. I'll never forget it. Where did the brave lady go? Whatever she's dealing with, she needn't face it alone. I wish I could have told her that, even though I know she probably wouldn't have listened. I have a feeling this Charlie and Fordola are connected in some way. Charlie, you say? Yes, that name came up during our recent investigations. As I recall, he was served under the Viceroy during the occupation, and his whereabouts is currently unknown. Had an older brother named Antfrid, one of the Crania Lupi. If you're given a connection to Fordola, is there anyone who could tell us more about him? Yes, an uncle, who we recently helped find employment here in Alagana. He's actually the one who asked us to look for Charlie. You'll most likely find him working at the Sleeping Stones. As it happens, I was planning to bring him something to eat. I'll join you there shortly. You might think a quarry is no place for a man of advanced years, and perhaps you'd be right, but hard times are the only times we've known, even before the occupation, and I doubt that'll change in my lifetime. Perhaps we should have asked what he looks like. Still looking, eh? That's him over there. I hope we're not interrupting. No, of course not. It's good to see you, Ragga friend. My word, the Bull of Alamigo and the Champion of the Alliance. What brings such esteemed guests to our humble, quarry? At ease, my good fellow, we merely wish to ask you about your nephew. Charlie, you found him? No luck yet, then. Is there anything else you can tell us? More about his childhood, perhaps? Wasn't much of one, I'm afraid. Poor boy's life was ruined long before he had any say in the matter. His parents now swore allegiance to Garlemald to secure ourselves and our kin citizenship, for all the good it did us here, living amongst our countrymen who treated us as pariahs. It took its toll on him and his brother. They were spat on as traitors by association. One thing led to another, and Ansfrid, together with most of his friends, joined the Imperial Army. That's how it started, you know. The Crania Lupi. Guys as loyal little pups. Do you remember the name of these friends? Yes, they had quite the reputation growing up. There was Emlyn, Rodolph, and the angry little girl who'd grow up to become the butcher herself, Fordola. Charlie was part of the group too, yes, but from what we've heard, he chose not to become a soldier. Wouldn't have lasted a day in training. He knew better than anyone that, of course. Not that it would have helped him feel any less guilty for turning his back on the others. He blamed himself for their deaths, for not stopping them when they had the chance, for not being strong enough to fight by their side, maybe save them, maybe not. But he wasn't there, and he wished he had been. Then one day he was gone. Wherever he is, I hope he's safe and well. So do we. Thank you. The information you've shared should prove useful. And for you, I've brought some food. Why don't you call it a day and go ahead and enjoy it with your family? Let them have peace for now. Back to Alagana. That little girl's worried about Fordola. As for the mother, well, it's complicated, understandable really. Once we know for certain what has become of Charlie, then we'll have to tell his uncle. So not only was the brother a member of the Skulls, but Charlie himself was a childhood friend of Fordola's. I'm told he refused the sport of the Silver Griffins as well. He's been trying to make his own way for some time now. His brother and his friends died at Specula Imperatus, save for Verdola, and the gods only know how he felt about her after that. Or how Verdola felt about Charlet after seeing Lyle's memory of him transforming into a blasphemy. Brother of a man she killed in the childhood, friends besides. She thinks he's responsible for all this, that's why she ran, to kill the beast. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm worried about her. Verdola is a survivor and an outcast herself, exactly the sort of person the Silver Griffins are trying to support. You've seen for yourself the sacrifices she's willing to make, and if you can learn to feel sympathy for her, maybe others can too. I think we have enough information for the time being. Let's return to the city and plan our next move. For some, Verdola is a monster worse than the blasphemy, but I've seen enough working with the Silver Griffins to realize it's never that simple. I want to believe there's enough hope for her, that there's hope for us all. As the saying goes, history is written by the victor, and I'll wager those who swore victory to loyalty to Garlemald never thought they'd find themselves on the losing side. But they did, and they paid the price. Maybe not enough for some, but we've got to draw a line somewhere. It would be quite a blow for us to lose a warrior for Verdola's caliber. I hope we find her before she does anything stupid. I've assigned a few of my soldiers to assist the Silver Griffins in investigating Charlie's background. With luck, we'll find him quickly, and then we can prepare for what must come after. We're all but certain Charlie is the one who transformed into a blasphemy, and so there's naught to be done but put him out of his misery. As for Verdola, I put Monago and her troops in charge of tracking her. Once they found her, they have my permission to lend whatever support they deem necessary. If it comes to it, I may ask you to join the search. Until such time, I ask that you take this opportunity to rest. The blasphemy hunter is even more flustered than usual, and with good reason. Thank goodness you're here. Commander Alden needs to see you right away. Follow me. Keep it contained until I arrive, but do not engage if you can help it. Understood? That was Monago. Our unit has found Verdola, or rather, she has found them. In fact, I have Verdola on the search project link pearl. She wants a word with you. This is urgent, so be quiet and listen. The blasphemy, my friend, is right in front of us. I tracked him down, and when he spotted me, he started heading towards the Specula Imperatus. Look, Elita, I need your help. Charlie's not... He never wanted to hurt anyone, but this thing he's become is... I can't leave him like this. I've got to stop him, whatever it takes. I'm on my way. I owe you. This is Monago, can you hear me? We've got the blasphemy Ah! It's on the move! Get ahead of it, but maintain distance. We need to... Fordola, what are you doing? Fordola! Fordola! There's no time to waste. They need our help. Valga's beard. Once she's got her mind set, there's no stopping her. She's convinced herself that she's responsible for that mess, that she created the blasphemy single-handedly. All I ask is that you see she makes out of it alive. She's come so far and I don't want to lose her. This is time. Raditya and Algiri are not that far from Spectra Imperialis. If we let the blasphemy slip through our fingers, it doesn't bear thinking about. And while Fordola is determined to slay it by her own hand, we can't allow her recklessness to put the lives of others in jeopardy. The time has come for action. Are you ready? Let's go. Hold the line for as long as you can. Commander Alden and the Warrior of Light will be here at any moment. Stay strong. You've done well. Leave the rest to us. Yes, sir. Get the injured to safety. Coward. Coward. Traitor. To them. To everyone. I wish there was another way. As do I, but this fighting's the only thing I'm good at. Makes me wonder how I ended up with such a clever brother. Too clever for my own good, maybe. Just the thought of going into battle, about getting hurt, about having to hurt other people. He's a bleeding heart, our Charlie. Sooner befriend a fly than shoot it away, much less kill it. I could kill if I wanted, I could. But you don't, and there's no shame in that. Leave the soldiering to us, Charlie. We'll show the Garleans what we're capable of. Get the power and respect we deserve, and then things will change. They will. You'll see. We found a place for ourselves, and you'll find yours soon enough. Alright. That'll do. Everyone who's enlisting, meet back here tomorrow. In the end, what good did I do? They gave everything they had to give, while I hid like a rat, waiting for the storm to pass. Coward. 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 Ah! Coward. Coward. Better dead. Better forgotten. It's not your fault, Charlie. It's not. You didn't do anything wrong. And I'm the coward, the traitor, the butcher. I'll always be the butcher. Don't you dare, Fadola! You don't get to end it. You don't get to give up. I won't let you. You have a lifetime to make amends and atone, to become something more than you were. But if you die here, you are everything they say, everything you believe. Is that what you want? She's not going anywhere. Arvinaud, why are you here? There's nowhere else I'd rather be. I can't fight by your side, but I can still cheer you on. I've seen your past, Charlie. How you were left behind while our friends rushed into battle. It's bloody hard, isn't it? Wanting to do something so desperately, with every fibre of your being, knowing that you should be able to. You should, but you can't. So you find another way to support them. Your way. You did that too, didn't you? You were there for them. Even if it didn't feel like it, but you were. Charlie, you were. As a friend of mine once said, not all heroes are forged in the fires of battle. The history of Alamigo is written in blood. While we cannot change the past, we can change the future. And for that, we must play our part. All of us. You too, Ferdola. Answered Emlyn. One day we'll be together again, but not yet. You'd never hurt anyone, Charlie. That's not who you are. You'll be remembered as the kind soul you always were. I'm counting on you. Brilliant conviction. Breaking limits is only a true warrior of light too. Nice. Thank you. I mean it. I've been looking everywhere for you. Have you now? We put down the last remaining beast spawned by the blasphemy. It's a pity we could do naught for those who turned. But that we were able to prevent further casualties is nothing short of a miracle. It's astonishing, too, looking back at Charlie's case. Although his existence spurred others to transform, he never attacked any settlements or travellers, even when he underwent the change in the middle of the crowded street. Even those who were present escaped with minor injuries at worst. I think that deep down, his compassion is what kept the raging blasphemy at bay. The only time he emerged from hiding was the journey to the place where his brother died. Aye, it's clear he still retains some semblance of his former self. Another victim of the Empire's terrible legacy, along with his friends and so many others. But the Crania Lupi wasn't the creation of the Imperials alone. Many of those youths sought a place with him because they were denied one with us. That's why the memorial ceremony is so important. It's our chance to face our past together, to give them in death what we couldn't give them in life. To not deny anyone a place in memory, even if it hurts to make us or makes us feel ashamed. You'll be attending, won't you? I haven't been ordered to, so I suppose not. In light of your leal service to Alamigo, I intend to have the conditions by which you are bound eased. Provided I am able to obtain approval, you will be granted a degree of freedom. At the very least, we should soon have no need for that choker. There'll be no objections from me. You've done well. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were smiling. Well, I for one couldn't be happier her efforts are being recognised. It gives me that much more motivation to continue my work with the Silver Griffins and bring the people of Alamigo closer together. Got to do my best to keep up with a certain little lordling, aye? I think we've done enough for one day. Time we got some rest. I'm really happy that I was able to help save Fordola from her own thoughts. Allow me, both as the guardian of Alamigo and your sword comrade, to express my thanks for coming to our aid in these desperate times. No matter what manner of disaster may befall us, your presence alone is enough to keep the flame of hope burning bright. Aye, even someone on the very precipice of despair such as Fordola can find salvation in your guiding light. Heavens forbid people would stop throwing themselves in harm's way at every opportunity. And put you healers out of a job? Not a chance. Heh. Though in all seriousness, we could all stand to take fewer risks. In any case, it's safe to say we've all benefited enormously from your sterling work here. We couldn't ask for a better healer, or a better friend. Our ambassador in Razatsan will be relieved to learn of our successes here. If you happen to cross paths, give him my regards, would you? We've heard you do a lot of good work in Alamigo and Ulda. Still, who better to tell the tale than the hero of the hour? Greetings, how goes it in Alamigo? Eliminating blasphemies, helping organize a memorial ceremony. They've certainly kept you busy. A fine example of going above and beyond the call of duty. I'll be sure to send word of your exploits to Ulda. Wait till the Sultana hears about this. Her Grace will not only be the only one who to welcome this news. On behalf of the Grand Company of Eorzea and our allies, allow me to express my most heartfelt gratitude. Yay! I cannot thank you enough for assisting the blasphemy hunters in Alamigo, and for your work in addressing the root causes of the phenomenon. We as a country have been made to take a long hard look at ourselves and the way we treat each other. Perhaps now we can pave the way to a better future as one. Allow me to offer my thanks on behalf of my comrades posted in Alamigo. With the blasphemy finally dealt with, they can all breathe a sigh of relief. Right now, I'm ready to continue the story a bit more. Okay, not in there. Ah, there we go, there's a crowd there. You're back! I take it you received your gift from Tataru? It was a surprising long in the making, with many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realised, and with great success. If you're looking for others though, they've already taken their leave. You still Thancred and Urianji have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Gratia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alphanod and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Levier estate, though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they will be glad for your company if you've a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I suggest heading to the last stand before you Stola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. I have a few matters to attend to myself, before you and the others depart for Ultima Thule, but rest assured Tataru and I will keep everything in order while you are all away. Hast thou perchance the opportunity to partake of the rainbow pudding? Owing to its striking flavour and somewhat garish appearance, 'tis quite popular. Indeed, so popular that the last stand stock hath been entirely exhausted. I should hope at the very least pudding way does sup upon this most delectable of desserts. Try as she might, Tataru had no chance of standing between you and a hearty meal. Don't worry, we saved some for you. Elita, come to make our trio or quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove, not to Reen nor Memphilia.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust is settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Hey, thank you.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
You can always count on your friends to help you maintain a perspective. Pity mine take a perverse pleasure in it. I'd like to think I give as good as I get, though I'd fare better with the occasional assist from our consummate nodder. But it's all in good fun, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I say, Elita, whence came this simulacrum that standeth beside me? I see falsely, but you stole that and Thancred, but moments ago employed the self-same doubling magic. Alright then, keep thy secrets. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best, but if you'd rather not explore the bottom of a wine bottle with Urianger, I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that's all that matters. We'll remain here a while longer, at the very least until Urianger finds his legs again. Hey, adventurer, Place the bus with Tales to Access. I'll see you about to this curious piece of business. Thank you. The drink was nice. Pudding way. Ah, Elita! I've come to the studio to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I persevere. You try speaking with Alize, but she's fast asleep. Aww. They're both sleepy. Look at you both.
Oh.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait! What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Yeah.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
Oh. So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. God, I didn't realise I was so tired. One moment I was resting my eyes, and the next... I should go and get some air, maybe a quick bout of training. But not sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. That's enough reading for one day. As we don't know how long we'll be away, I'd best return these books before we depart. And eat. I'm absolutely famished. What about you? I see. Perhaps I'll stop at the last stand on my way back. If nothing else, these two seem to be in good spirits. Still, I'll see them back to the annex for some proper rest, even if I have to drag them by the ears. What? Surely this isn't the first time you've seen me without my armor.
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family.
Yeah.
Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidling meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
A few of our comrades decided to remain a while in Charlene after making their deliveries. Did you happen to pass them on their way here? All that remains is to return to the annex and give my armor one last polish. I expect Alfenad has maintenance to carry out on those floating things of his too. Welcome back, Elita. Return to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume? You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo.
never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion.
I want to save her.
As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, Or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph.
I want to bring hope back. To see that little smile on her face again that asked me to be her friend.
Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You too, Tataru. Ochika Sunjiga is ready to send you off with a smile. I suppose it's the part where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart, mayhap the teachings of Valdesian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said, look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture into the Sea of Stars. The others are already off to Themison, best not to keep them waiting, eh? Oh yes, I know you, your reputation and the rumour mill precedes you. At any rate, how might I help you? I am a researcher and have long been since involved in Ark's reconstruction. I confess I am conflicted about the accumulation of our efforts. While I am proud at what we've accomplished, it means the final days are close at hand. The facility in which we now stand can be considered the very heart of Labyrinthos. The construction of a serial observation facility with Altioscope allows direct contact with Hydlin, granting us eyes to see the truth. It is that event which inspired us to name this location Thamuzin. When plans for the Ark were set in motion, a dockyard was erected here to facilitate development. Such information, of course, was kept secret, privy to those only with direct knowledge of the project. Blip blip. Quack quack quack. Man is said to fear what he does not know, yet you would venture unto the greatest of unknowns. I say to you, daughter of man, that you need not fear, so long as man shares a bond with dragonkind, so too does he share our kinship with the Hemids, and our ancient home amongst the stars infinite. I pray you go forth, and prove this bond of ours, tempered and tested, shall endure unbroken for 1,000 years. First the great exodus, and now this. It seems there is no end to our work. In truth, more than a few gleaners were distressed to learn that their earlier efforts were for nothing. It was no easy task convincing them the new plan was for the best. I can tell you that. I can't tell you that every man believes this is the wisest course, but I can say that all will be forgiven if you deliver us from the coming doom. And if you don't, well, at least you won't get the earful. I certainly will. It's troubling enough that brute Sigurd left without warning, leaving me to carry all those cumbersome containers. But he failed to be present to send you off. It's absurd. What possibly could be more deserving of attention at a time like this? It's no easy thing to say, leave the star to us, but we must. And we will. As proud members of the Scions, we have a duty to uphold. And we needn't do so alone. Those dark days, when we were driven from the Rising Stones, hunted as traitors, are a thing of the past. We have allies in abundance now. Which to say you don't need to worry about us. Go forth in the knowledge that the Scions will labour without rest in your absence. Though our fellow Scions couldn't be here, they wanted me to tell you that no matter what calamity should befall us, they will never give up, and neither should you. No matter how far you may go, we will be with you in spirit. No matter how dark it may seem, your light will shine and endure. Mistress Kryl tells me your investigation into theories on Akasa and its relation to the final days has made clear the source of our woes. I am elated to know my work has some benefit, but I could not have shared it with you had you not rescued me from the tower that day. I yet owe you a great debt, one I may never fully repay, but I shall try nonetheless. Not only through my research, but through my desire to see you succeed, which I believe may be influence Akasa in our favour. Though small though the effect may be, yes, so long as we have hope, there is a chance we may influence the outcome of this calamity. We were quite fortunate that Laprid's hyperhopper was based on principles similar to those of aetherology. Integrating it with the Ark's existing systems might well have been impossible otherwise. We may have Charlene's wealth of knowledge at our disposal, but there's a technology far beyond anything we have ever studied. You are familiar with the teleportation magics, yes? The momentary conversion of the body into ether, that it may travel via the lifestream, from one physical point to another. Their hyperhopper enables transport through a similar method. but not one involving the life stream. Rather, it utilizes highly condensed ether to create an ethereal current of its own. This current is exponentially faster and more powerful than the naturally occurring ones, to which we are accustomed, so much so that, in fact, that ethereal conversion of the physical form is not a prerequisite for traversal. If you are concerned about side effects such as ethereal sickness, you needn't be. You should emerge at your destination hale and whole. In theory, at the very least, I can assure you, it is safer than the experimental ether rights you used to reach Radit's hand. Mombrida has been on my mind more often as of late. How different her life might have been, if not for her research into teleportation magics. Perhaps she would never have gained an interest in etheriological studies. But to abandon our work out of misplaced guilt for who she had been would be a disservice to the memory of who she was. Nay, it was because of her that we found the resolve to carry on, and now we stand at the edge of a new frontier, with a ship ready to bear you into the distant stars and beyond. This arc is as much our accomplishment as it is ours. I regret nothing. So, this is a ship that will bear us to Ultima Thule. That even Wolfsome and Bluffsfeeder should be in attendance is most unexpected, but I am nonetheless heartened by their presence. For so many of us to see us off like this seems wholly unnecessary. Still, I'll not begrudge them for wishing us well. This is the pinnacle of etherochemistry, a synthesis of modern innovation and the ancient wisdom of Alag. The Ark's engine appears to be capable of possessing condensed ether in quantities I never thought possible. I wasn't expecting quite so many people to be seeing us off. They said the work on the Ark is finished, but you certainly wouldn't know by looking at it. Let us hear what Father has to say. I'll send word to the Alliance leaders the very moment the ship takes off. Obviously they couldn't be here, but I'm sure they'll be cheering for you every step of the way. Quite the turnout, wouldn't you say? Then again, who wouldn't want to be present for a once-in-a-lifetime event? The Ark is missing one last but very crucial component before we are ready to take off. It should be arriving shortly.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisoix not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn Shalyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tunk, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way!
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Ooh, a little notebook.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please, do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
So that was the covert operations Seeker was assigned. No wonder he thinks we were all impressed by the way he barged in here. Beastman in tow, hero of the hour. He leaves me with no choice but to give you the most spectacular farewells. Yes, a display of such jubilance my arms may very well fall to pieces. The world cannot end now, not when we have but scratched the surface of Loperit's technological know-how. So run along now, and do what it is you vaunted heroes do best. The world shall tremble before my genius soon enough, assuming you're able to prevent its destruction, that is. The Ragnarok is a collaborative effort in every sense. The culmination of knowledge from the world's greatest minds, both past and present. Without question, the greatest ship ever built. You haven't forgotten anything, have you? No repairs or commissions? A delivery from retainers, perhaps? No? Well, if there's nothing else, have a safe journey. I'll have to remember to thank Tattoo for her timely provisions of food and drink. Poor Wedge would have long since given up from exhaustion otherwise. But now the rest is up to you. Come back safe, alright? I think it's a new one. So, stage is set. I can't but hope we are prepared to play our parts when we arrive on Ultima Thule. The key, I suspect, may lie in Heidelind's part of message to us. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goes one, so goes the other. No one Meteion wields the power of despair, we must bring hope in equal measure. I'd rather not spend any longer mulling over strategy. None of us are strangers to despair. If that is the source of our power, we are ready for it. I am most grateful Wilson and Fosca devised a contingency should the need to flee arise, though I pray it shall not. We must needs strive for victory to the last, that Aetherius and her people survive, and their champions return home, without exception. Primal summoning as I was intended. I never dared to consider they could be invoked without the danger of tempering. Change has come quickly to this star, and greater change yet awaits in the days to come. All the more reason we must not fail. Venturing quite literally into the unknown, we have to be ready for anything. As I said before, whatever waits us there, we will survive. We must. The Ragnarok. And thus does grandfather's legacy live on. We mustn't waste any more time. Let us board and set out for Ultima Thule. Mother, father, grandfather, we will save the star and return home. I promise. I'll send word to the Alliance leaders the moment the ship takes off. Obviously they couldn't be here, but I'm sure they'll be cheering for you every step of the way. Quite the turnabout, would you say? And again, who wouldn't want to be present for the once-in-a-lifetime event? Ameliance will not be joining us, I'm afraid. She could not bear to watch our children embark on such a perilous mission. Make no mistake, I feel the same. I cannot tell you how many times I had to step away from my duties, so distracted by the thought of many ways it could go wrong. Even now, a part of me wants to drag them away and forbid, well, not that they would listen. So I will see them off with pride in my heart and a prayer on my lips. For my children, and for the star they love so dearly, you must prevail. If you would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
To the stars and beyond, let us go!
Engage! Engage!
Endwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so. For thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Piece? Good. Sleeping Way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteon.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me, gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
of hope.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end.
We will survive, we will win.
Where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
If Meteion should strike again with such overwhelming force, I honestly don't know how we are going to oppose her. We were clearly no match for Meteion, yet we survived unscathed, but how? Just as living we said, I can breathe well enough, but something about this place feels wrong. There's a dizzying, disorientating feeling about this place, as if I could lose my footing at any moment. We must be careful. Didst thou witness what became of Thancred? So quickly was I overcome by Meteion's malevolence that I saw naught of their altercation. It's so dark I can barely see anything. I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. Don't hesitate to make the most of the provisions note. There's no telling what you might run into out there, or if anything we have to offer might help. But I personally rather brave the unknown than with a full pack than an empty one. I don't have much Lotus Pink dice, I'll probably go for that. Try as he might, Alvanot can find no sign of Thancred. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely. I suspect given the torpid state of stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the power of the ship. Seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. I think I'll stop there for now, have food, and then try and finish this off after food.